And we're live inside the artwork. Stand by soda. I put the wrong date. Oh, on Bandcamp. We're live from inside the artwork. Fifth show, the Cry of the Moon tour. It's a soda doubleheader. Both named by soda. What date is wrong? I'm not sure which date is wrong. Oh, the socials? Oh. Whoops. Yeah, I'm not going to fix it. It's too late now. Folks will figure it out. I've made mistakes. I made a date mistake recently as well. I've got too much going on. I had it right on the covers. It's I have two different dates on that promotion. Musers, remember me? I was here before Tubi started replicating a bid to enslave mankind. Yeah, this is not a new bottle. I just it had water in it. So I switched because I took all my water bottles when I went camping. Hey, to Tubi McGuire's here. 2 cent quarter rose. Soda Pierre. I'm only Big Child's here. GD Bill's here. Chuggy, Mr. Robert. Doug Raven, Old Man Frank is here. Overactive. Immutination. Done the Brisky Batsky molded my morals. I think it got cut off. Jazzy's here. Did I say Mole's here? Did I miss somebody? Camping, it went pretty well. I did not sleep well. But other than that, I had a good time. Other than the sleeping part. Yeah, and I think I'm gonna have an episode. I mean, I went in. I didn't really have a plan for it because some of the things I wanted to do, I just couldn't get together in time. So I was just sort of winged it. I mean, it's going to be a ton of... The problem with winging it is it means generally there's a lot more post-production work. So I'm pretty jammed up this week because I'm going to try to go camping again on Friday and Saturday. But I need to release this episode on Friday. So I've got an insane amount to do tomorrow and Thursday, while also trying to figure out some sort of plan for the camping. It was crazy. There's some of the worst. I think it is the worst forest fires ever in New Mexico right now. And while I was out, I get a text message saying, I can't remember exactly what it said. I think it said mandatory evacuation immediately or something. And it said the name of a county, and I didn't know the name of the county. I didn't know if I was in that county. I knew it wasn't the county that I live in, right? So I wasn't, and that was one I wasn't familiar with, where it was. But it was not. It was a different county. Because I was more south, and the fires are mostly up north. But I just read today they closed 3 of the national forests that are, that are all sort of around the north. Santa Fe and Cibola. I don't know how to say it. There's one other one. Yeah, it's crazy. This is the second time. And yesterday the skies were just... There's very little visibility from all the ash in the sky. It's like just my luck, I go from California which had bad fires to hear. But I mean, nothing's bad. I'm very fortunate. Let me say that. Be very clear. I'm very fortunate. I've had no. There are people who are losing their homes, and it's a pretty awful thing. So, yeah. Hopefully, we get some rain to cool it down. But I've been thinking about, I was tentatively planning on going to Santa Fe National Forest this weekend, but I guess I'm not going to. Is this all the Earth, Wind, and Fire you listened to your youth? Didn't you also have an earthquake? It's really funny. There's a particularly ridiculous part of the next episode, and when one of the characters on the show is being very wacky, and definitely had a rancher drive by. Wow, I was. It was like I don't know what they would think seeing. Where I went is basically, it was, I don't know if it's all public lands. I think it might be. So the Bureau of Land Management is a U.S. government entity that owns a ton of land in the West, and that land is available. I don't understand exactly how it works exactly, but it's available for ranchers to graze their cattle, and in general, it's available for people to camp for free for up to 14 days in a row in any given location. I think the rule is 14 days a row, and then you have to go 25 miles away, or it's some distance. You can't. They make it so you can't really live in a place. But anyway, so yeah, so there were cattle and stuff, and ranchers, and but it was a strange. I realized, I was thinking about it. Was 2 nights ago. I was thinking, this is probably in my entire life, the furthest I'd been from other people while I was asleep. I don't, because I've camped before, but I've camped with other people. I've hiked by myself before, but I haven't, and I cannot imagine there was anybody within, probably not that far, but because I wasn't that far from the highway, but I couldn't see any lights, I could see the highway lights in the distance, but I would, it was just me and Tubi and the cows, pretty much. But I didn't feel afraid. I think I would have felt it's a lot more scary to be around people when it's people that you're afraid of, right? I mean, if I'm in a campground and I don't know, this huge truck shows up with skull and crossbones on the front, and and that's a lot scarier than no people. People are always more scary than people, I think. When it comes to strangers. Big Charles says, you need a sign. I'm totally saying this is film production. Yeah. I don't know if you were here on the second episode of Tommy Nomadic when I was filming the Suddenly Penguin sketch with the swimming pool. A guy pulled up in a truck and said, "Are you fishing?" I considered putting it in the video, but I haven't really settled on if I feel comfortable showing other people on the videos. Even though from a purely legal point of view, I think it would have been okay, but so I decided not to. Hey to Wookie. Rose says, did you change the position of the lavalier? Oh, I'm not wearing a lavalier. What do you mean? Right now? I don't use a lavalier on this show. I use this rectangular thing on Tommy Pneumatic. This. It has a built-in mic and a recorder in it, and then it sends it wirelessly to receiver on the camera. And the way I wear it, it's not perfect, but I've finally settled on I have an elastic band. It's almost like a bra. I just have an elastic band, and I clip this over right in the little indentation in my sternum, or whatever this is called, so that it's less obvious. But now you'll probably notice sometimes there's a weird little indentation right here under my shirt. That's what it is. Yeah, well, that's what it is. On the first or second episode of Tommy, I had an undershirt, and I attached it to the undershirt, but right here, and that was a lot more obvious. So I shifted it to right there. Yeah. I mean, I could use an actual lavalier mic, which I have a lavalier mic that would be technically a better, much higher quality mic than this. But if you've ever worn a lavalier mic, they are a huge hassle, enormous hassle. Having a wire that's coming down, it's just, and I've just had to accept that because I'm working by myself and I'm having to work extremely fast, I have to compromise somewhere. And it's more important to have more content than to have less content with slightly better audio. Because I only noticed during the wind versus wind segment. It's actually impressive how little the wind gets picked up. I mean, there's another song in this upcoming episode that's it's a quiet song, quiet singing, it's just real quiet. The wind was so loud, and every time it was so loud, and maybe I'll show a clip of it, but every time I would get up, I was in a chair, every time I would get up to just adjust the camera, the chair would instantly get knocked over. That's how powerful the wind was. Instantly, but you can barely hear the wind. At least you can hear it a little more. I do a little spoken introduction. You can hear it a little more then, but yeah, it's. I think because a lot of wind noise, maybe someone can correct me on this, a lot of wind noise is the sound of the wind literally going past our ears. And so when the mic is covered, it doesn't have that sort of environmental. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. But hey, Cobro, how are you? Oh, Cobra, how are all your plans? Are you still in the process of doing the move you were talking about? And hey to Brooms. Brooms has got cookies, a chocolate milkshake, and 0 scalloped potatoes. I'm ready for this show. That's how you've got the Emperor's new scalloped potatoes. Cobras is good, just saving money. Yeah, that makes sense. It's good to have a little bit of a backup whenever making a big change. Oh, Doug Irvin, Old Man Frank named the sound Quiet FM. Muse's Real Talk, how many followers on YouTube? On YouTube till we see that forbidden, revamped, hidden, trigger warning sketch. Because of political correctness. It's never going to be released. Yeah, it's not going to happen. I still felt a pull, but it wasn't for the right reasons. It was before I filmed this episode. I was like, I don't have enough for this episode because I've scratched this thing. But now that I have enough for the episode, yeah, it's history. It's gone. I mean, I deleted the audio backup, so I don't have audio backup. So, and I'm gonna delete. Yeah, I'm gonna delete it. It's just gone. As if it never existed. I learned an important lesson, which I'm sure I'll promptly forget. Okay. It was the right decision, though. I don't have any hesitation about that. Let's see. Create new empty track. Cobra says, do you work with sound design? I mean, I don't know if I would call myself a sound designer because, there are people who devote their lives to that. But, I mean, I do sound design. I mean, anytime you're, essentially constructing a sonic environment in filmmaking, you're having to do some sound design, sound effects and I don't do a ton of sound design in the Tommy stuff yet, but there has been some. There's, I use sound effects. Almost every episode has some sound effects. I sometimes switch audio where I take audio from one take, and I'm fortunate that I tend to perform rhythmically pretty consistently. Not always, but so that I'm able to actually, swap in audio and my mouth is roughly moving at the same speed. But Misa, was it so horrible to get rid of all the evidence? No. I mean, honestly, the issue with it would have flown over the head of most people. Would just not even have registered that there was an issue. But somebody's obliviousness does not mean that something isn't problematic, right? Yeah. Oh, welcome, YFMO. I don't actually do covers. I do live improv, where chat helps me make the music by picking sounds and different musical elements. But I do appreciate you coming in and making requests. And if you're curious about improv, we'll get to a song pretty soon. Muty, I'll tell you this, though. As frustrated as you might feel that this sketch will not exist, because this sketch didn't exist and because it meant that I was short for this episode, it meant that I showed up at this site and I had to think of something on the spot, and I did something on the spot, this thing that the ranchers saw, and I wouldn't have done it otherwise. I wouldn't have had time, right? Would have been working on other stuff. So because this one sketch never happened, you're going to get one that I think you personally will probably like more. Because I can tell you there's no way I would have done this particular episode. It's possible I would have done this. I probably would have done this thing eventually, but it wouldn't have been what I did. Okay, let's see. But yeah, hyping. We got episode 6. Can you believe it? We're up to episode 6. It's coming up on Saturday. I mean, I still have probably 20 hours of editing to do, and I still have to film a sketch. I mean, I might. I'm intending to film an Old Man Frank sketch if I have time. Okay, let's see. I think we got a request. Yeah. Next, was the rancher happy with what you did? Would you say he was jolly? I don't know. Fortunately, he didn't stop. Yeah, fortunately, he didn't stop. I just know that I was very visible, wearing clothing you wouldn't expect. In this part of the world. Let's see. He says, I'm just riffing you. I know you're the most decent person on the crucible. It's called YouTube. Making best creative decisions can inspire millions of people. Thanks, Beauty. No, I feel bad. It was not fair to y'all to tell you that there was something that I wasn't going to show you. That's not. I will not do that again, or I'll try to remember not to do that again. My memory's bad, but yeah. Ignorance is bliss. Rose says, with Tubi singing last episode, that head is from Tubi's BTGS Instagram. Oh, you mean on the dancing head, the head over the lyrics? Yeah, that's this head. Yeah, that's Tubi's profile pic. This one. Yeah. Back when Tubi was fresh and new, tape was all nice condition and eyes were not scuffed up. Tubi's eyes are seriously scuffed. I gotta. Well, no, Tubi's. We'll give Tubi an upgrade eventually. Let's see. Whoops. To be merged when? I know, it's on my list. Well, and the thing is with, Tommy Nomadic's going to expose Tubi to a lot more people, hopefully. Hopefully. So, milestones. Mr. Roberts' 4,050th request. 4,050th. We did hit sort of a milestone. Tommy Nomadic now has more watch hours than the ETC Kid YouTube channel. Not the archive channel, but the ETC Kid channel. Oh, Brother Boat. 56 months sub. Thanks, Brother Boat. How are you? Beauty with my dream works would be Tubi backpack. Can you imagine that big googly eyes watching your back? Oh, Brother Boat and anybody else, if you haven't seen it, my new show on YouTube, we're at 5 episodes. 6 episodes coming this week. On episode 5, you can see the 4 Tubies sing a barbershop. Well, it's a hymn. It's more of a hymn choir type thing. 4-part harmony. Out in the desert. Chromatic wonder. And it's the battery bug. Every time. Battery bug. Okay, first up, we got a beat for Rapid Tap a Tap. Here it is. Rapid Tap Tap. There's our first beat, and then wow. Okay, got our beats. Yeah, I'll probably I think what I need to get another guitar strap. I only have one strap right now. But maybe what I'll do is I'll sort of alternate shows which one has a strap. But especially as you can tell, I'm being a lazy kid and I'm sitting today. So there's not a lot of yeah. We'll probably do the red guitar today, but yeah, maybe I'll try to do that, alternate sometimes until I have two straps. Okay. Sounds, stinger bass. Tulips are better. And Pete is here. Oh, Pete, you're dealing with construction sounds. And then we have sweet, sweet swish. I got a sound for your sound, only if you wanted a sound from the Botsky. I don't wanna. Piece is very loud, like a drill next to your head, kind of loud. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Okay, there we go. Send this Poe. Zeppelins, jabronis, and hummus. Okay. Me says, I'm kind of lost in semantics, I think, but if you play a C major over D, is it an add 9 or a G sus weird chord? I mean, I would call it just a C over D. Because I think a lot of times context matters as to what you're going to call something. So, for example, if you've got a vamp, right, and that bass player is just playing a C, and the band's playing a C and then a D, that's a D over a C. You know, that root is really defining what the experience of it is, I think. So, because to me, that bass makes it something very specific, right? If instead we play a C major and we put a D up top, although they might have the same notes, the fact that that note is in the top and not in the bass changes the context, if that makes sense. Thanks again to Brother Boat. 56 months. Says thank you. Now I know why people discuss songs so long. But I would say my music theory, sort of book music theory, is not that sophisticated. Okay, here we go. Okay, time to accelerate. in the sky. I wanna get on, then I'd have to change, have to change. There's a chasm, and I'm on the wrong side. There's a chasm. Mary wants to go around, but I'm tired of spinning. Yeah, Jack wants to climb that beanstalk, but I just want to keep sitting. Yeah, I would. I'd have to change. I would, but I'd have to change. Have to change. living in a ghost hotel. Just a while here I dwell. Wandering through these halls, listening through the walls, living in a ghost hotel. We'll be fine, we'll be well. Living in a ghost hotel, hotel. Wheels are broken and they're turning down the beds. Thanks for those scalps. We should do more real slow songs. We just haven't done that many. I like doing them. I didn't used to years ago. I mean, when I was in my 20s, I had zero interest in playing below 90 BPM pretty much. Anything below 90 felt like I was on a glacier. You know. I really just wanted, 120 plus. I guess this is what happens as you get older. Let's see, titles. Two-cent corduroys, mostly a dreamer. Room 17, transparency. Wookie 2085, missing tree. One more. Doug of Old Man Frank, Yesterdays of Tomorrow. You said you were liking the bass groove? Yeah, that was a nice bass sound. That's what's cool about, I think, slow tracks is you have more space. And so I think a lot of times letting the bass fill up that space is really cool. Overactive by Media Nation says, your bass lines are so hot I might call back. Oh, looks like we're going to do another slow one. Whoops. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, voice, melodica, time piano, and sax. Web sound, there we go. Whoops. Mudi's talk about suspensions. That what I did on that first section of the song. I did a C, and then D major over C, which is maybe what I put. What did I can't remember if I played the right thing when I was demoing it. When you asked if it did I. What would you said? You said C over D, right? C major over D. Yeah. I think that's what I played before the song. During the song, I played D over C. But yeah, because just as the song started, I thought, did I play the right thing for MIDI? I think I explained it right because I said I was talking about C9 is very different contextually than. I think I played it right for you. But yeah, then I played something different during the song. I used some titles as lyrics. Brooms, Welcome to the Ghost Hotel. Duggar and Old Man Frank, Mary Want to Go Round. Media Nation, but I would have to charge, but I'd have to change. And Media Nation, The Chasm. And Father Five's here with 45 months sub. Thanks, Father Five. Thank you. Oh, and Overactive on Media Nation gave a sub to Frevres. Thank you so much. And also to Cobro, thank you. And Rage with a 40-month sub. Thank you. Oh, and Rage says, that's almost 41 whole months. Can't believe it's been over nearly 4 years with this crazy crew. Feels like just yesterday I was stumbling in here confused and delighted by the improv skills on display. I know things have not always been easy and bright, but I'm glad I've been here for the whole ride, and here's to 4 more. Thank you so much, Rage. Thank you. It's been awesome having you here. Thank you. We're growing old together. Yeah, and welcome, Frevres. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Glad to have a friend of Very Handsome Billy here. Doug's way, we got to be here another 4 years. Oh, and Sombaz is here. It was so nice on Monday. Being out in these this sort of prairie area as the sun is setting and not having to go anywhere, just, well, this is where I'm going to be. But it'd be so nice to do outdoor shows. I mean, I don't know if, honestly, visually, I don't know if it's that interesting per se, because like you're just gonna have one shot, and then maybe even if I have multiple cameras, it's not like things are changing. But I do think that the vibe will be very different, and it certainly will affect me, what I'm doing. Okay. Rose, aren't we all growing old together? I think so. Yeah. Let's see. Let me shout out some other titles. Cobro, Raisin Hell. Zombaz, One Man's Obstacles, Another Man's Self. Tunley Birsky Botsky, Kick My Bass. I don't think that's how it's pronounced, though. Soda, Sleep to the Beat. Big Child, Context Matters. Overactive by Mutiny Nation. Strancher Danger. 2 Cent Quarter Rose. Adrift in the Mist. Muses, when you make it big on YouTube and get that AdSense billions, I expect you to build an ETC retirement home. We have the early Charlie Parker special and whatnot. Yeah. I don't know that I'm ever gonna retire. I mean, it's not that I think I'm necessarily gonna do the same thing the rest of my life, but I don't. I don't see myself ever retiring. I don't know what that would look like. I'm gonna keep doing something till the day I die. My mind does not do well when it's unoccupied. Is anyone else like that? A busy mind is a well. There must be some idiom. Well, what's the thing? Idle hands. What's that? Idle hands. Know what I'm talking about? Oh, good night, Pete. Idle hands. Oh, Moses, the devil makes work for idle hands. Yeah, that's that's such a good that's such a good idiom. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do not want to be as busy as I've been the last, you know, well, especially the last 2.5, 3 years. But I would like to feel like I could watch a movie, you know. But I'm never gonna be. I'm always gonna need to have something, you know. Oh, Staffy became 2 cent quarter staff. Tunny Brisky Basky molded my morals became Tunny Brisky Drunksky. Duggery and Old Man Franks became Cannabugs. Overactive Imutination became Mutical Marijuana Dispenser. Wasn't it the Netherlands that weren't y'all the very first country to legalize weed? Or you had some legalization there, right? Or was at least decriminalized or something? He says it's officially not legal, it's tolerated, sort of like Jimmy Kimmel. So you're telling me the United States, parts of the United States have more relaxed drug laws than the Netherlands? I would not have expected that. Okay, let's see. I think recreational I think it's legal in New Mexico now, right? It was definitely legal in California. Okay. Poor Jimmy Kimmel. Getting burned. Mostly a dreamer, Rosen. Rosen's named him Mostly a Dreamer. He says just a legal loophole. Coffee shops can't have more than 500 grams in their stock, and they can't transport over the street. But somehow coffee shops get restocked every day. It's so funny to see a guy with a bag of diapers full of weed. I hate amp mods. First request ever for his first drum fill and drum loop. Yifmo 66 drum fill and a drum loop. Okay, let's fade out. Let's see. Drum kit. Okay, first up, Yifmo. Oh, these have to move up. Medical marijuana dispenser says, "Kid, you should make it say no to drugs video, but it's got to be someone like Neil from Young Ones." Neil's the drugged out hippie. Is that the? There's our first beat, and then Frevras. These move up. Oops. Okay, got our beats. Okay, sounds. Let's see. Number one, we've got refried greens. Hey, 2-cent quarter staffs here. And then we've got stonks only go up. Soundy McSoundface. 12 lemurs. Choirs of the Waffle. As the ghosts and goblins wail. Musical marijuana dispenser. The wonderful old man Frank will ever be replaced by a character called Young Man Kid. Well, once I become an old man in real life, then I should have a young. I should start playing these really young characters, and I'll go on whatever's the TikTok of the day, and I'll learn all the lingo. No cap. That's pretty old. How long has No Cap been around? Or at least popularized? It's been, what, 5 years maybe? Or longer? It definitely does not feel comfortable saying it. It does not feel like it's part of my world. Is there anyone in chat for whom No Cap is part of your world? I don't mean that you necessarily say it, but your peers, you sort of hear it a lot. Yeah, I'll pick which sound starts the improv. Oh, that was the other one I hear a lot. Sus. I hear that a lot now. Also does not feel very natural to say it. I don't think I'm going to start saying it. Rose, if you hurt yourself when you get older trying to be young again, I swear, you're gonna. I suggest you don't watch the next episode. I don't get hurt. Well, no, maybe sort of. I'm definitely not acting my age in episode 6. In a few little instances. Let's see. Father Five says kid dropping Gen Z terms up in here. It's so funny. When I'm filming, you're just gonna have to see the episode, but and it's not gonna make total sense because I'm changing the order in the episode, but well, I can't. Yeah, I can't give it away, I guess. Oh, thanks, Rose. I'm getting better and better at figuring out how to manage it all. So I think it'll be fine. It always takes a little while to get all your systems in place. Okay. I've added to several steps, important steps, these sort of fail safes, because I go on autopilot with running the show with the just because it's just I've done it a billion times, not a billion times, I don't know, 5,000 times, 6,000 times, and I'll just not click the right command because I'm just going fast, and it'll pop up and say, "Are you absolutely sure? You normally do this like 99% of the time. Why wouldn't you do it this time? What's up?" I mean, it doesn't say all that, but okay. Send this Pope. He says, I look forward to Tommy videos and not saying a lot, like how you love being preoccupied. I don't like repetition when I'm trying to occupy myself. Your videos are like jacks in the boxes. Yeah, so that's the key. YouTube has to put our videos in front of people who want a little bit of familiarity, but lots of unfamiliarity. Or I don't know, good mix. Rose, I was just joking around. Nothing bad happened. Nothing really bad. Nothing that I mean, I'm fine. I mean, a minor thing happened that was not pleasant in the moment, but I'm fine. I'm fine. I haven't edited that part, so I don't know if it's gonna make it into the video anyway. I hope it does because it's sort of funny, I think. But I don't know if it will work on film. We'll see. So you may be spared. I can't believe, actually. I mean, I do not come off well. The fact that but okay, yeah. Here we go. Oh, hey, DJ Poofoo, how are you? How's DJing going? We rated you on it was last week, right? Yeah, I loved it. Awesome. You're playing I mean, I hope I'm remembering right. You're playing Afrobeat type stuff, right? Yeah, yeah. This is older. I don't. This is older. My I love. I don't know if it's considered Afrobeat, but I love Salif Keita, Angelique Kidjo. Um, they're two of my favorite Afro. That's more Afro pop, I guess, right? I've seen them both. I've seen Angelique Kidjo 2 or 3 times. Salif Keita once. Um, and then of course, let's see, Fela Kuti. That's real old school. You know those artists, yeah. Angelique Kidjo is this. I don't know. I don't know how tall she is. I think she might be like 5'2" or something. She's petite, but her voice is just gigantic. I love her voice so much, Ansui Kicho. So what I do, DJ, is if you haven't seen it before, is I do improv. I just make up music, and chat picks how fast it's gonna be, and they pick the sounds, and then I just make something up. So this next track is very slow, the chat requested, but we do faster stuff, more dancey stuff, but all sorts of stuff. We do orchestral sometimes, and funky stuff, jazzy stuff. Okay. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those scalps. Let me fix this camera. It is amazing that these cameras are still ticking. It is truly. They've operated probably over 7,000 hours. And they have their issues, but overall, I mean, I feel like the image quality is degraded. Certainly relative. I mean, camera technology has changed a lot in 5, 6. Well, these are 7-year-old cameras, I think, maybe 8-year-old cameras. When did they're Panasonic GH2s? When did those come out? Panasonic. Yeah, over 10 years ago they were announced. Old. Okay, let's see titles. I'm Only Big Child, Fallen from Above. Wow Wow Soda, Infinite. Back to Brag. I just got back. How are you, Back to Brag? Let's see, one more. Two said quarterstaff smiles on the wall. That is because we don't have those hanging lights. I was intending to bring them back, but it just hasn't. I haven't, obviously. I'm doing okay, thanks, Back to Brag. Let's see. If you haven't seen it, Back to Brag, or anyone else who's lurking, I got a new show on YouTube called The Tommy Nomadic Show. We've got 5 episodes so far. We're about to do our 6th. This on Saturday. It's a travel variety show. That's the concept. Meaning I go to places and I do a variety of things. But there's my attempts at comedy sketching. Now I'm imagining slapstick sketching. All the ways an artist could hurt themselves or fall. Yeah, comic sketches, storytelling, some music. Yeah, that's the name of the channel. It's not ETC Kid. There is music, but it's not a music show. Yeah, Tommy Nomadic. But there, did I paste the link in? Did I paste it in? All right. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, youtube.com/Tommy Nomadic. Okay, let's get these. Okay. Marijuana, beautiful marijuana dispensers. There's music, but it's not a music show. Which show are we talking about? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, did I say Saturday? I'm gonna. No, I'm intending to release it on Friday. But I might be actually out filming. So I think we might still do a premiere, but I might not be here for it. I'm not sure. Tony Bierski Drunksy says, random question, you ever listen to avant-garde musicians? It depends how you what you're including in avant-garde. I've listened to a ton of you know, experimental jazz. Like Cecil Taylor, Archie Shepp, Art Ensemble of Chicago. I wouldn't say I've listened to a ton of. I'm not as into experimental classical music. And experimental in terms of pop and rock, I'd say I enjoy, in fairness, I enjoy almost anything live. I'll get into it. And I've seen some experimental electronica stuff live that I really loved, but I would not want to listen to just at home, you know. But live, it was amazing. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Rose. 2-cent quarter Rose. Okay. I think episode 6 will be pretty rough around the edges. I just don't have a lot of time to polish it up. What was on the track we just did? We had some Tine piano. Was this Tine piano? Oh, and I sang a little bit. Oh, thanks, Back to Bragg. Oh, Flute. Yeah, I did not remember that. Obviously. Flute. Botsky's John Zorn. John Zorn is is sort of in a different category. I probably shouldn't have included John Zorn when I said all the other ones I said very much fit into a specific category. John Zorn's something a little different. Although John Zorn probably did some free improv stuff, but John Zorn does more experimental guitar type stuff. I mean, experimental music. But you know, I've enjoyed some of that sort of downtown New York scene from the, I guess that was probably the 80s and 90s when John Zorn was heyday. Who are other people that played with John Zorn? But yeah, sort of downtown. But he's considered avant-garde. Definitely, if you want to check out his stuff. Let me shout out a few more titles. Broom's Abstraction. Cannabug Smoothie Tuesday. Smoothie Tuesday. Oh yeah, Moody Tuesday. Moody Tuesday. Let's do trying to think. Any ideas for a Moody Tuesday theme? 2-cent quarter roses. I just watched the lizard launch itself in a pool. Well, let's do that. Let's do lizards. If you want to do Moody Tuesday, find an image of a lizard. It could be a photo, it could be a drawing, anything. Anything that's a lizard that best captures your current state of mind. And put it in our main chat in Discord. Okay, some other titles. Medical marijuana dispenser. Self harmonics. 2-cent quarter rose. When the storm settles. Big child. Angel with horns. Soda. Table vegetables. 2-cent quarter staff. Way radiance. Rose, is we okay if I post something on a Crayola box? Sure. Yeah. There's no limits as long as it's not inappropriate for our Discord. Let's end this poe. Oceanus shows an option number 2. We got Infinite Soda with Infinite. Thank you, Soda. Okay, let's get ready for this next track. I don't think there's going to be many albums where you're going to have a track that's 69 BPM and then the next track is 145 BPM. I think that happens extraordinarily rarely. It may be never. I think it's very possible that there's never been an album where one track is 69 the next is 145. Not because it's unlikely the two numbers would appear together. That's not it. It's that it's extraordinarily rare to have that big of a tempo change between tracks. Twice as fast. But I could be wrong. There's probably a million albums with it. Although I really think it's unlikely. In classical, it's definitely possible, but in non-classical, I think it's unlikely. Okay. We got a first request to type. We got Wife Mo's 66's first sound. And if you're wondering how you got that, I think it was when you followed. Oh no. I don't know what just happened. Whoops. Whoops. Eventually. Okay, drum kit. Alicia. Sorry, this kid has to be moved up. Otherwise, we get 2 kick drums and no hi-hats. There we go. This is our first beat. And then Istanbul was assuming Constantinople. Oops, and I move these up? I did. Is that kick not there? Weird, it's a quiet kick. Let's give ourselves the bigger kick over here too. Oops. Got our beats. Check out these sounds. Bass Menace. And then we've got Cool Blues. Classic Wurlitzer. Hollow Humanoid Luminescence. And then Steve 2, Steve Harder. And Whatever Happens, Blame Tubi. Oh, it's Set of Trolls here. What do we do? Whoops. This was a great moody choice. Oh, we have good stuff in chat. Oh, nice. Rosen, where's your image from? The contrast in expressions of the orange lizard, I guess, and the triceratops. Quite. I'm just trying to imagine the scenario. Oh, Doug got a great one. Oh, Muty's Muty's chilling. Mr. Rob. Yeah, y'all got to go to Discord to see these. Oh, nice staff. He's got one. Brooms. Botsky. Wow, Botsky's is shredding. Oh, it's a Crayola box, right, Rosen? Yeah, my memory. I'm focused in the moment. Yeah, that's. What do you think is going on in that picture, Rosen? Let's break this tie. Manicius. Chosen option number 6. Okay. Here we go. Time to iterate. Oops. Thanks for those calps. Oh, we had a donation from Setatol. Oh no, what did Setatol write? Setatol says, a horrible thing has happened. I'm starting to like this show. What have you done, you monster? Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Setatol. I'm sure I'll mess it up pretty soon for you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Did your gold credit not go through? Thank you. Thanks, Setatol. Let's see our titles. I really wanted to sing lyrics, but I just wasn't finding anything in my brain. So I left it instrumental. Well, no, I sang. I guess I did my non-lyric singing. Nicholas Rage, A Lifetime in a Second. Staffy says, so we suggested bad titles. Got it. No, there were good titles. There were good inspiration. My brain was just not working lyrically. I mean, I'm still planning to eventually do shows that are focused on lyrics. Every song is mostly, there wouldn't be, there'd probably be no requests for the music part. It would just be lyrics. So that I would do very simple sort of music so that I could do tons of lyrics someday. There's so many things where I say someday. I'm really counting on living till I'm like 400 years old. Ray says, a very wise man once told me we don't always need words to express ourselves in music. Oh, I still believe in that, or that I agree with that man. Ray says, I can't remember who it was, but he streams on Twitch with a very handsome robot. Cannabug's Analog Windows. Rose is an acapella show, not acapella. No, just simple beats. It's like maybe be kind of thing, or be Rhodes. Tine piano. Tine piano and maybe a drum machine and voice. Yeah. Or actually no, it'd be, what am I talking about? The idea is it'd be guitar probably. I would just do simple guitar stuff. Yeah, that's what it was gonna be. Well, I was gonna do I had two plans. One was guitar and voice, and the other was gonna be rapping, poetry type stuff over real simple, more hip hop type beats. I still hope to do that eventually, as a regular thing. So chat would still name the songs, but it would be mostly about lyrics. And because I'm just singing, I would use tons of things in every song. I'd use, maybe 20 or 30 suggestions in every track. Okay, 2 more titles. What do we have? 2 cent quarter rose cosmic confusion. One more. Room says, room with the hidden constellation. Muse says, I can help you with one wrapping. It's easy once you figure out your jewelry and shoes. Yeah. But yeah, Rose. It'll be a while before I do. I need to have something that gives me a solid foundation. That's the absolute top priority right now. And still, I feel like my best hope for that is Tommy stuff. So get Tommy going, and then see what we can do. Canterbugs, this kid doesn't have off days. Yeah, I don't. I really don't. I don't think I need off days, but it'd be nice to feel like I could have an off day. I'd like some off hours, you know. That would be nice to feel. I mean, it's not like I'm 100% efficient. I definitely, when I eat meals, I am not efficient because I could be working when I'm eating. I sometimes do, but let's see. Create new empty track. Yeah, some of y'all remember when I did 5 days a week for 2 years, I think. And I even did 6 days a week for, I don't know, 3 or 4 months, I think. Of the show. Rage remembers that, yeah. I would still do that if it worked. It doesn't work though. Or at least for me it doesn't work. We get another fast one. 155. I think I'll probably do more live streams once I'm in the van, but it'll be more probably shorter ones. Cedros, I'm going to try to drag Megs into chat. Wish me luck. Good luck. Say hi to, if Megs is busy, give her my best. But I would have totally last night or 2 nights ago when I would have loved to have been able to just pop on chat for an hour, you know, do a stream. I think there might have been I think there was reception there. I would have needed, you know, the multiple cell phone routers or whatever they're called. What am I looking for? But oh, and Bad Backs is here in rough case. Because I'm telling you, we need a controversy, like a sketch or something that rubs some people the wrong way. Yeah, I don't see myself ever doing that. The closest we got to that is with copyright stuff, and I've really mellowed out on the copyright stuff over the years. Some of y'all remember when I talked about it incessantly. Hey, guy on a skateboard. I guess I don't really enjoy conflict. No. Except in music and art, in which case I love it. I don't mean with other artists or musicians. I mean within the work itself. You know, I think one of the keys to making art and music really powerful is when there's something at stake. And when there's something at stake, there's usually a conflict that is why it is in question, why there's something at stake, right? There's some sort of conflict that's creating the necessity for something to happen. And if it doesn't happen, there are bad consequences, you know? But in real life, yeah, I'm fine with minimal conflict. Especially publicly. Yeah, I don't know. But I don't know, who knows, maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll become a what's his name? Alex Jones. I'll just spout off crackpot conspiracies. Okay, let's Central says, be nice to Meg. She has a migraine, but she says she may visit so long as I leave. Oh, sorry to hear about your foot, guy on a skateboard. Hope you recover quick. Cobro says, as far as writing goes, can I use 2 MCs for a book and switch between perspectives between chapters? You mean in something you're making? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, in principle, something like that sounds awesome. I think changing perspectives is something, you know, that's difficult to do in real life, but in storytelling is awesome, you know? The main characters? Absolutely, you could, yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of novels where the point of view is constantly changing. Or it might just be 2 and you switch back and forth, or... Absolutely, you could do that, yeah. Rage, that's what I should do. Yeah, Rage is the anti-Alex Jones. Insane, unproven conspiracy theories. They're all somehow positive and rooted in empathy. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Can we think of some? Can we think of some of those? Rose says, "Don't become like old man Frank." Yeah. Let's see. What would be a? It's it's funny how difficult it is to think of because we are so conditioned that conspiracies are these always really bad, right? It's like I'm trying to think about good conspiracy. It'd be something like all the little only the select few know that the strawberry people of the world, yeah, they're actually they're a secret society, the strawberry people. They are solely responsible for the beautiful blue sky. If it wasn't for the strawberry people, we would see the actual sky, which is hideous, absolutely hideous, terrifying. It's basically our nightmares projected into the sky. But thanks to the strawberry people, it's just different shades of blue. So yes, thank you, strawberry people. 2 Cent Quarterstaff says the whole genre, apparently, it's mosaic novels. You've seen multi-perspectivity. Bruce is getting really passionate and angry about people should hug each other more. I'm pretty I'm pretty ranting comes pretty naturally to me. I I don't like that it does, but I could rant pretty, it's not difficult. I think it's just if you're a performer, you over time you just learn how to be able to access different kinds of energy and emotions, and it's just gets easier and easier, right? So yeah, I could probably rant about that and get passionate. Rachel's flowers smell good because the government wants us to pick them so the bees die off. Wake up, sheep will leave the flowers alone. In fact, plant more of them. Yeah. Senator says, could Santa be considered a good conspiracy? I'm a bit of a Grinch when it comes to Santa. I mean, I think that's probably the closest one. I'm a Grinch though when it comes to Santa. I've got a beef with Santa. I got a major beef. Yeah, me and Santa have some issues. Because for some reason, Santa seems to not like to give poor kids the same gifts that Santa gives the wealthy kids. So yeah, I got an issue with Santa. Cobras is the story of two sisters who were separated by conflict in a fantasy world, and the story revolves around them finding each other again, except one sister is in the military and moves around the fantasy world and is never really in one place. Yeah, that sounds really interesting. Roses, would you fight Santa? I mean, I'm being a little facetious, but the problem is that what's the whole premise of Santa is if you're good you get gifts, and if you're not good you don't get gifts, and I think that unfortunately reinforces some really negative things, like the idea that if you're poor you're bad, and if you're wealthy you're good, and that that's just not reality. There's plenty of wealthy people doing good things, and plenty of poor people doing good things, and plenty of wealthy people doing bad. It's not, has nothing to do with and having seen some children who did not get gifts from Santa at all, I just I don't like seeing that. Not to be all serious for a moment. I mean, and I also I think one of the things is, if you have any sort of opinion that puts you outside of the mainstream, especially something like that, I'm not actually a Grinch if people want to celebrate it and have fun, I'm all for it, and if I ever were an uncle, or well, I guess I wouldn't be Santa, but I'm not gonna say that to a kid. you know but yeah. Ray says that's not the root of the mythos. That is what our capitalist Western overlords have made Santa into. Saint Nicholas, Father Christmas, all the original mythological figures gave toys to everyone. He also gave coal to everyone because it would help them live through the cold winters. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Cobra says, I remember one year my folks could only afford clothes and school supplies. I thought I was a bad kid myself, pulling my eyes out. Yeah. Yeah. And I've also, I've seen parents, in really struggling parents, who, just like, they know how significant Christmas is for kids and Santa and all that, and they know how significant, but they've got the means that they've got, and anyway, okay. Muses, can I be the devil's advocate and say the best gift Santa can give is disappointment? Best prep for life ever. Yeah, yeah. I suppose. Okay, let me show. Wait, why is that open? Huh. What song are we on? 7134? Hmm. Ray says, true Santa Claus doesn't care if you're wealthy or to find good or evil. If there is judgment is carried out by Krampus, the Christmas demon, whose only morality is designed around dissuading children from doing things that could be actively dangerous, like playing alone in the woods. But I know too much about Santa mythos because I'm a huge Christmas nerd. No, that's really interesting. That's interesting. So it shows I totally agree with the problems around Santa. I will say this, in terms of the conspiracy, there was a time that adults conspired to convince me that Santa was real, and for a brief period I believed in something magical. In hindsight, that was kind of a gift. I still believe that things outside our understanding exist, and it's fun to think of them as magic. Yeah. You know, another thing like that a little bit is the tooth fairy, right? Which obviously I'm also, you know, it's tooth fairies giving money and different amounts depending on who your parents are, um, but it's a way to, you know, I imagine, I don't remember very well, but I imagine as a kid it is a little scary to lose a tooth, at least the first one, and it might hurt. Um, and symbolically, it's, you know, it's a passage. You know, it's you're changing from one stage of life to another when you lose your teeth at that age, and turn it into a bit of a game, something fun. You know, that's okay. Let's see. Another fast track. Oh, did I have the wrong? I played melodic on the last track. On the fast, I don't think I did on the fast one. Or did it say that I had it? Did I play melodica twice? Thought I only played it on the first track. Okay, let's see. Hey, Megs. Big Charles says maybe the tooth fairy is a thing parents need to be comfortable with their kids' teeth. Yeah, maybe it's more for the parents. Parents have a hard time accepting that their kids are growing up. Yeah, maybe you're right. Since we're going down the route, don't get me started on the Easter Bunny. Man-sized wabbit placing eggs everywhere like a forgetful drug dealer hiding his stash. How are you, Megs? Soda. Oh. Okay, let's break this tie. Astreas chose option number 4, and the track is going to be known as, drumroll, the Hidden Constellation, Brooms. Brooms. Oh, I'm sorry, Megs. Sorry you're having to deal with that. Whoops. Oh, Blue's here. Thanks for the promo, Beauty. Okay, let's see. First requested type, we got Yifmo66 first drum kit. Scratch and hydrate, yes. My posture is real bad when I'm sitting. I'm just slouched back most of the time. Hey, Mirror Vision. What's the status of Van Life? Got the first episode of Tom and Matic. Looking forward to watch the rest of them. Well, I give an update in episode 2. Nothing's changed since my episode 2 update. But the plan is I'm gonna be doing car camping for the time being until the van stuff gets figured out. And I did my first car camping on Monday. So I'm very lucky right now. There's someone letting me borrow their vehicle. So that's allowing me to to sort of be making the episodes I envision, which is the travel and going places. Which I did some day trips so far. But yeah, van prices are still insane. So it's my options are to basically buy a used van that is, maybe 50 to 60% more than it was a year and a half ago, kind of thing, or buy a new van, which is a lot of money but is way better value than a used van. So I ordered a new van back in December. I mean, I never intended to buy a new van. I don't know how I'll pay for it, but I'm still waiting. It's been 6 months now, and they haven't even. I mean, I know it's in their system, but the all these manufacturers are having a hard time getting parts. Because it's still the pandemic. There's just all the supply chain stuff's messed up, and so they're starting to lose a lot of money because they can't build the cars to sell people cars. But people are getting vans that have been ordered. So it seems hard to imagine that I would not at least have the option of buying this new van within the next 3 or 4 months. But yeah, that's where things are. So I'm trying to make the best of the situation, get Tommy started and Tommy Pneumatic started, and then. But yeah, I thought I was going to be in the van by now. Like, at least when I filmed that video in November, I was set on it being now. Mirror Vision is crazy. It's better to buy brand new. Yeah. Mirror Vision bought a truck in 2020. It's worth more than I paid for it right now with 50,000 miles. Yeah. The cheapest tall vans I could find. So I decided I think I need a tall roof van. And unfortunately, they only really started making those in mass, I think, within the last sort of 10 years. So there are not a lot out there. But yeah, it's like the cheapest I can find is 30 or 40,000 for a used van, often that's been in an accident and has 100,000 miles, and it's still $30,000. And it's just, that's where it just seems insane to buy at that point. You know, to buy a used van that has 100,000 miles for 30 grand. 30, well, and has been in an accident. You know? So, I mean, if I were to get the van tomorrow and then do a build, I could potentially sell it for like $20,000 or $30,000 more than I bought it for, with the build. You know, that's how crazy things are. This is the only time in history where you drive off the lot, you buy a vehicle, you drive off the lot, and the instant you drive off the lot, the vehicle is worth more than it was. It used to be the instant you drove off the lot, it dropped by 10% or something in value, 20%. Now it's going to go up by 20%. It's crazy. Blue's still waiting for a car coming in 11 months. Oh, so yeah, that's the stuff that terrifies me. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Megs. Megs with the donation. Thank you. So, I don't know if Megs actually wrote this. Maybe Megs did. The message is, here's my year's salary exchanged for US dollars. Thank you, Megs. Nick Borsellino says, I've been on a wait list to order a truck for a couple months just to order. Yeah. Hey Nick, how you doing? Meg says, I do not. We both know it happened. Yeah. It says, I ordered a new mountain bike in November of 2020. Yeah, I've read these horror stories because I go on the forums for the manufacturer that I've ordered the van from, and there are people who ordered vans in 2021 who their order was eventually just canceled. I mean, I think Ford converted it to a 2022 order, right? But that's the. I mean, who knows? It's possible by the time they finally get to me, they're gonna say, "Well, you want to just wait a couple months, get a 2023." I mean, I don't know if I can. I'm getting an increasingly tough situation. I don't know what. I mean, there are days when I think I should just get that $30,000 van. So I get, I don't know, it just feels like a terrible financial decision though. Okay. Oh, 3 and 4, they both. Yeah, these are the bugs that we're dealing with now. Am I gonna take the logos off? The van. I'm sure I'll cover it. Yeah, yeah. It's mainly I don't like logos um, on video that's associated with me. So I on the upcoming episode of Tom and Matic, um, I'm gonna actually show a location, and you're gonna see logos. I'm not gonna blur out unless I have a compelling legal reason to do it. But I'm not gonna blur out the real world. You know, I mean, if. But in general, if it's not too difficult, I prefer to cover up logos. Anything that is mine, I want to hide the logo. Yes. So yes, on the van, I will cover it up with something. Maybe a mustache. I don't know. You know, because I think the logo is going to be right on the grill, right? So that would be a perfect place for a huge handlebar mustache. I'd be so psyched to see a vehicle drive down the road with a handlebar mustache. I mean, I'm not actually going to do that. I want to be super nondescript when I'm just driving. But maybe for photo shoots for Tommy Pneumatic, the van will have a handlebar mustache. I already plan on getting an eyepiece. I want to have a, eye patch for the van. Okay, let's see. Megs with another donation says, I sleep donated this. Thank you, Megs. Music, can we have a mohawk as well? Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah. Although, you know me, I would forget the height of the mohawk. And, I mean, I guess that's a way to go viral. Idiot in van forgets that his van is now 30 feet tall because of the fluorescent green mohawk, drives under an overpass, gets stuck. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna have big sign in my van that I'm gonna have all sorts of reminders of things like the height of the van. So I'm constantly thinking, okay, this van is too tall to go to go on the roller coaster. This is a VW Beetle that cruises around here with big eyelashes over the headlights. Okay. Maybe you can mount some kayaks on top of it. I don't know. My tentative plan is to actually. I want the truck to look like a work truck actually, and I actually, for other reasons, I want to have some piping up on top of the roof that I can slide out for filmmaking purposes. I can use. It's very difficult to film middle of the day because of how bright the sun is. So there's something you use in filmmaking called silks, and you use flags. There's different terminology. So I'm planning on having these pipes that will make people think it's a work truck, but will actually, their purpose will be to essentially be structures for different filmmaking rigging, and I'll be able to attach lights and stuff. So probably no kayaks, but maybe, I don't know, maybe that sounds really fun. I don't know if I've ever been in a kayak. Yeah, I have. Yeah, it's gonna be stealth. Yeah, I don't want to be conspicuous. It's you never know what's gonna happen, and the odds are, if I do this for 5 or 10 years, the odds are I'll get broken into at least once, right? But I want to minimize that, and I also want to minimize myself as a target, and I also want to minimize getting attention in general. So yeah, it'll look like a work truck. I'm not getting the trendy gray. That's sort of the hip, cool look now that all the newer vans have that ash gray. I'm just gonna get a white, boring white van. Rough cases, work vans also get broken into. Yeah, you can't avoid it. But I'm gonna have fake signs that are gonna help hopefully make it seem like less of a target. In the city, I think the thing that would work well in cities when I'm staying in cities is laundry. Right? I would think. I mean, how many people are gonna hospital laundry? How many people are gonna think that there's something about hospital laundry? Like you might get diseases. Does that seem like a good one? Hospital laundry? um, okay, let's see. Oh, Mex gave a sound to brooms, IJM. Here it is, IJM. Mirror's needle exchange. Yeah. Rough cases, cleaning services. Yeah, that's another one. Rose says, make sure you don't leave anything valuable. Well, the van won't have windows. Yeah, it's not gonna have windows, except in the front, and there'll be a divider between the seats and the back. So, yeah, no one's gonna be able to see inside that there's anything. They'll have to break in order to find out what's inside. I mean, I'm gonna do the best I can to make it difficult, but I'm also one thing I always try to have, even though it hurts me financially, is insurance. I'm uh, I'm well insured, fortunately. um, it's one of my biggest expenses, actually, insurance. I mean, when you include health insurance, yeah, it's my biggest, the biggest thing I spend money. If you were to a pie chart of my expenses, I think insurance is the biggest part of the pie. Mostly health insurance. Okay. Rose is the car alarm safety system will be good to buy. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of things I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have I'm gonna probably have I mean I'm not without I don't know if I even want to go into the details, but um if what I'm imagining, they would basically have to tear a hole in the door to get through. Like they'd have to have serious equipment because I'm not going to depend on the locks that are built into the vehicle. But there's a lot of creative things people have done to make cars almost impenetrable, to the point where um, you really would have to rip the door off in order to get inside. Which there are people who have ways to do that. Some of y'all might recall my house in Oakland got robbed, and I had a giant safe. It was huge. It was about about 3.5 feet tall, and two maybe 2.5. It was very heavy, extremely heavy. You needed multiple people to move it, and I just used it to store hard drives. It was filled top to bottom, and they robbed it, and then a couple days or a week later, someone said, "Hey, we found your business card on the side of the road or something," because I had legal papers in there as well, and they told me the location, and I drove there, and there was the safe on the side of the road, and it looked like it had been blown up. I mean, the door was just ripped off of it. So yeah, if people are determined, they'll figure out a way. Yeah, Melissa's Call of Q, he made James Bond's cars fight back. Oh, that's okay. It's okay, Rose. There was only one thing that hurt to get stolen. Everything else was replaceable. There's only my library cards, which had sentimental value. My collection of library cards from my many moves over my lifetime. That they were in the safe. It probably sounds silly, but especially when I was a kid, because I moved a bunch. That was one of the first things we do when we go to a new place is the library. We get a library card, and so libraries just represent. Well, one, I love books, especially as a kid. I read all the time, and so it was just something I had collected, all these over the years. I've everything else, you know, and even that, I'm not a very nostalgic person, so I'm fine. Okay, let's see. Cobro. He says, I know some thieves, and all I know is if a thief wants to steal something, they are 99% opportunistic and 1% effort. You also have dedicated thieves, they will go to lengths, but those are rare and need help. Yeah, what I've heard is, it makes sense, because I've dealt with this. I've had bikes stolen too. Is you just need to make yours more difficult than the one next to you, which is sort of bad in when you think in some ways when you think about it that way, but it is sort of true. I mean, most thieves are looking for the quick and easy job. Hey, MX Valiant. MX Valiant says, I understand the moving part. My dad was a pastor who moved out every 3 years. Wow, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think between the age of being born and I don't know if I moved that many. Well, let's see, I moved. Wait, one. I guess I moved 6 or 7 times by the time I was like 14, 15. A few of those were when I was just a little, under 5. So I guess those don't count as much, but because you're sort of oblivious, I guess. But Istanbul. Wait, these are beats from the previous track. What happened here? This is not this track. Did I mess some step? I've been talking too much. Okay, there we go. There we go. Chuggy. Boskis, if you park your van down by the river, you won't have issues. Yeah. Oh no, Rosen, it's fine. I'm not. Uh, yeah, I wouldn't do that, but that's a nice thought though. The one funny thing is that I had um I had some something I had some I don't know I had it for a long time, and I think I'd only tried it. I don't know even why I had it. It's just something that's legal. First of all, this is legal. It's some sort of herb. I think it's called dream herb or something that helps you have more vivid dreams. And so I was curious because dreams are cool. Um, so I had this in the safe for no reason. I mean, it could have been somewhere else. I don't know. There was just space, so I threw it in the safe. But I know the thieves, when they saw this giant bag, thought that they had thought they were set, only to eventually realize that it was not what they thought it was. He says, "What about a guard dog like a big droid hellhound?" I think if I end up being on the road for a long time, salvia. No, no, it wasn't anything like that. No, no, no. It's not something that is controlled. That's what I mean. They would be totally disappointed because it's not a yeah. I don't think it's illegal anywhere in the world, whatever it was. Meg says, "Oh, you're seeing MX Vines, folks up in Canada. Awesome." Oh, selling the farm. Wow, that's a big decision. Mary said, "I think you have the programming skills and know how to build the most annoying burglar alarm known to man. Have strobe lights and loud music go with Venice." Yeah, yeah. I think most thieves, like me was saying, are opportunistic. They're just trying to get because they're taking. If you're robbing something, you're taking a risk. There's a chance that you will get busted and there will be big consequences. Um, so they're often in a hurry. Uh, my studio in Boston was broken into over Christmas. I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. And guess what? They didn't steal a single thing. Now, there was some extraordinarily valuable, not extraordinary, but there was valuable stuff in my studio, right? But there was nothing that they could instantly see that they could carry, that they knew was valuable. So they robbed every business on the floor that I was on. And most of the businesses had lots of stuff robbed. And what was robbed? Cameras and laptops. Small things that they could fit in a backpack. And when they walk into my studio, they see desktop computers, big desktop computers. This is back in the day, so everything's, they see instruments there's no cases. They see these big, so what are they going to grab a trombone and walk out with the trombone? No. So I think, one of my, and maybe this is a dumb idea, but is to leave things in the van that I want to get stolen. If that I want to get stolen over everything else. In other words, right in open plain sight, have a laptop that's actually no longer working and a camera. That so that they see that and are like, "Oh, sweet, there's his camera and his laptop. I'm gonna grab it." I don't know if that is a good idea or a bad idea, but I have an old laptop that still looks like it might be worth something, and and your average thief's not going to know much about cameras, so any camera they're going to think is valuable. Even if it's a 25-year-old digital camera, they're not going to know. As long as it has a separate lens, they're going to think it's worth money. But again, I could be totally wrong. Do you smoke it or brew tea with? Oh, the thing that I mentioned. No, it was a tea. Yeah, it was tea, I think. Yeah, and again, it was not a. It was. They were very disappointed because it was not something that was going to make you high. It was something that supposedly some people you have more vivid dreams. But I did it once and I did not have. It didn't do anything. So, you know, yeah. Okay, there's our first beat. And then we have multiple tubies. What? Staff, so you could always buy junk laptops at thrift stuff. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Um, but yeah, so that's my strategy is make it as difficult to get in the vehicle as possible. Well, make it seem like the vehicle is not a high target, um, and make it as difficult as possible to get in. Then, if they do get in, have stuff right out that I want them to steal. Um, and then, because I'm going to do a van build myself, I can build things in ways that when I leave the van, not only if they were able to get into the van, they would still need tools. Even if they could break the window and get in somehow, they would still need tools in order to get to stuff. They'd sort of, basically a maze. I'm going to create a maze. um, and I've got insurance. So in a worst case, if all that fails, it's not the end of the world. ETC Sims says, now I want to build a junk laptop with a fake person's stuff on it. You know what you could do is you could create a laptop, right, that is so messed up, like just like freaky, so that if someone steals it and they open it, I don't know, it could be. I'm sure you come up with it would just terrify them, right? They open this laptop and they think, oh no, what have I gotten myself into? you know I mean, I still feel compassion even for thieves, so I wouldn't want to. I don't think I would do it, but somebody could really freak somebody out. Okay, we got our beats. Okay, oh, and Megs gave a sound to Botsky SRL. Max is a laptop that transfers student loans. You are now the proud owner of all of kids' debt. Nice, that's a good one. And then, oh, Meg's got GRL. This is like a laptop full of crime scene photos. Yeah, that's sort of what I was imagining. Or it's a laptop and inside of it is basically all this information about a serial killer who uses laptops. He lets his laptop be stolen so that he can find the person. And it has, he's got tracking, he's got all sorts of stuff. So the thief opens the laptop and they realize they were meant to steal this thing. And the rest of their life, they're just waiting for this serial killer to come get them. Okay, GRL. I did that. And Megs is named a Great Riddled Lemurs. Botsky named sound Most Extreme Challenge. Don't get eliminated. Mia says, what about gigabytes of love poems? But they're all dedicated to the thief. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that would be so scary. Can you imagine how freaky that would be if you go to just a random van and you break into it? It's got plates from another state, right? They're clearly not from your state or your city. You break into the van, you steal the laptop, right? You steal the laptop, you open it up, and it's surveillance photos and video of you. That would be, I don't know, I would just imagine that moment when you open the chills you would feel. I think that would be terrifying. Oh, how the turns have tabled. Let's see. ETC Sim Man said, what if it could connect to their phone secretly? Yeah, I bet there's a way that you could, with Bluetooth or something, there's some way that this instant they open up the computer, it hacks into their phone. And now even if they get rid of the computer, now you're tracking the phone. Let's see. Mirvish and I go into panic for days. Rose says, did you just purposely mix up that idiom? That's a meme. I didn't just invent that, right? That's a meme. The turns have tabled. Isn't that a meme? Mia says, write down, ask for chat suggestions. Maybe it looks for a great story. Okay, sounds. We got the electric bass. Caribbean steel drums. And clouds. Oh, it's from The Office? It's so funny when you find out the origin of a meme. I had no idea. And then we have humming the hymn of Cobra. Extraterrestrials. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. I've seen a bunch of van life people have you'll have 360-degree security cameras. They'll have what are some other things I've seen? Motion sensor lights. So if you get within a couple feet of the van, all the lights turn on 360 degrees, so it's suddenly super bright. I think I saw someone with loudspeakers where they could talk, and anyone outside would be really loud. Mirvish, you got to get a UFO cam, get some first-hand footage. He says vote. Okay. Wow, this was a long intermission. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see. Movies just record overnight at your remote locations. Oh, speaking, I did see the blood moon. My phone did not take a good image of it, but I did see it on. I know. I think Doug, you were the one who mentioned that, right? I wouldn't have known to look for it, although the moon did definitely look different. Piers, isn't that normal? Yeah, unfortunately. Title inspire. Um, let's do sort of crime. So we're talking about robberies. Anything sort of crime, sort of heist, you know, heist type movie. Those kind of titles. Theft, jewel thieves. Uh, yeah. Rose says, "Did you a wake up scene?" No, but it was, no, I didn't. But I did film myself just after I woke up, while I was still in my sleeping bag. Yeah. And you're probably asking because, yeah, I don't think I was wearing my hat. Yeah, I assume that's why you're asking. Let's see. Oh, Blues watching Ozark. How many seasons? I think I saw the first season. How many seasons are there now? Oh, and Meg, thanks for gifting a sub to MX Valiant. And Pierre, 31-month sub. Send this Pope. 4 seasons. I remember there's the actress who plays um, she's the she's a local young, she's probably 18 or 19, 20 maybe. She's local and she starts working for the the family. I don't remember their names, but she seemed like her character was quite a compelling character, I recall. Let's break this tie. Ruth, yeah, that sounds right. Ruth Langmore, yeah. Well, Rose, I'm still hoping to do practice streams. It hasn't been practical yet, but I'm still planning on doing them. They'll be a little different, I think, but just trying to get into a rhythm with Tommy first. Caribbean steel drums. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for the kelps. Let's see our titles. Musical marijuana dispenser with the politician. Pierre TV, the place. I'm still thinking about that idea of the unexpected surprises for thieves. Now I'm imagining a thief breaks into a house and they get into the dining room. There's this long table. They walk to the very end of the table because there's one, what looks like gold plate, all set out for a meal. And they get up to it. And there's a name card. You know how they do that at fancy meals? They put name cards? And it's the name card of the thief. And at that moment, they hear the sounds of locks clicking throughout the house. And metal grates slide down over all the windows. Okay, let's see what else. Titles. We got two-cent quarterstaff, truth for the taken. And wow, also the night was cold. He says, what if the thief tries robbing your house, but to his surprise, the house is identical? Yeah, that would be freaky. I mean, any identical in general is freaky, right? Like you meet a new friend, or you make a new friend, right? And they invite you over to dinner. And you leave your house and you drive a long distance. They live on the other side of town. And you walk into their house. Everything is exactly like your house. The photos on the wall are your photos, except it's not your face, it's their face. With your family, with your, your wife or husband. Okay, let's get these titles up. Staphy's, and it turns out they were twins or something. Rose, and yeah, Ernie will make, he's in this episode, yeah, in episode 6. I think these stories, it would be very difficult to do them in a compelling way that would be short. If I were to develop, they I don't think they'd work unless they were. I think they're just too long. But I don't know. I'll keep them in the back of my mind. Oh, we had a Poe. Let's end this. We shot a few titles. We had ETC Sim Untheft, Big Child, Still in My Sleeping Bag, Blue It's Fine, I guess. I was just expecting Chocolate Chip. Can of Bugs with Took Off the Month Club. 2-cent quarter rose with Haunts of a Bandit, Broom's Tomb Gator, Mutical Marijuana Dispenser, Stoleman Frank, 2-cent quarter staff, The Borrower's Accord, and Soda Birds Are Not True. this poll. Truth for the taking, Staffy. Thank you, Staffy. Okay, let's bring out Tubi.
Gee whiz, it's time for the magical pose and pies by Tubi. Here's a question. If you were to get extreme plastic surgery, which of the following would you be most likely to choose to transform yourself into? And your options. 1. Ant. 2. Blueberries. 3. Ice cream a la mode. 4. Miss Pac-Man. 5. Woody Harrelson.
If you were to get extreme plastic surgery, which of the following would you mostly get to choose to transform yourself into? An ant, blueberries, ice cream a la mode, Miss Pac-Man, or Woody Harrelson? I mean, Woody Harrelson's not that extreme. The other four are pretty extreme. I'm fascinated by ants, so I guess an ant. I still haven't had an opportunity to film bugs for Tommy Nomadic for the Secret Life of Bugs series that I've been talking about for 6 months. Okay, let's end this. Ms. Pac-Man. Ms. Pac-Man. Okay, let's do one more.
This is an old black metal song. It's called I Wish I Was a Po in a Pie. Here's a question. Which three things best describe you? And your options. 1. Jar of pickles, mango, and iridescent. 2. Kind and gentle, gem, and comic book art. 3. Infectiously enthusiastic, fun-loving, and bomb squad. 4. Friend of Harrison Ford, punching bag, and bewildered. 5. Carrot, instrumental, and extremely bashful.
Which three things best describe you? Jar of pickles, mango, iridescent, kind and gentle, jam, and comic book art. Infectiously enthusiastic, fun-loving, and bomb squad. Friend of Harrison Ford, punching bag, and bewildered. Carrot, instrumental, and extremely bashful. I'm gonna go 1, I guess. 1 maybe? I mean, not really, but as it says, Tommy Nomadic. It says by inflatable pool, ironically filled pneumatically. How are you doing, Andy? And Hog Queen's here. Okay, let's end this. Awesome. Kind and gentle jam and comic book art. Whoops. Tunley Beersky Drunksy became Tunley Drunksky Botsky. Cannabug's now Herbie the Love Bug. 2-cent quarter staff is Staffy. Roses might be good for ETC stories. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be doing ETC stories for a long time. I think what I'll do is maybe every once in a while I'll put stories from Tommy Nomadic over there, but I'm not going to do it. I have no plans for ETC stories for a while. I mean, I would like to, but I think it's just not practical right now. Let's see. Inside the artwork, we got Mostly a Dreamer, Infinite, The Hidden Constellation, Truth for the Taking. I mean, in the long term, the stories are the thing that is the only thing that I can I feel is almost guaranteed in the future, because the stories don't require almost anything. The music show, Tommy-Nomatic, are not easy things to keep going. So that's why I don't feel that bad about not doing stories, because it may be the only thing someday. Let's do our shout outs. Oh, wait. Superstar Mods, Brother Boat, Megs, and Tubi. Whoops. Is Jackie stretching Space Hibernation Rosen? Yeah, that's probably, yeah. Thanks, Brother Bo and Megs and Tubi. Thank you so much to Megs and Etcetatroll for the support. There were some gifted subs, but I don't know, they're not showing up. We featured tonight. Oh, there they are. Megs gave to MX Valiant, Muti gave to Cobro and Furverse. Father 5, 45 months. Brother Bo, 56 months. Rage Made Flesh, 40. And PRTV, 31. Oh, that's nice to hear, Andy. I'm glad you enjoy the 100-year poetry. There's going to be another one on this week's episode. I'm going to sing it, though. Yeah. But it's from May 1922. Oh, thanks so much, Big Child. Thank you for the donation. Thank you. Thank you. Whoops. Okay, let's see. Let's raid this. There's a cellist. Let's raid this cellist. So I may be doing another car camping trip on Friday, but I am intending to release that episode on Friday, so I'll let y'all know if there's gonna be a live stream or if it'll just be a premiere. But yeah, so that new episode should come out on Friday, and then we got a show on Saturday. We're gonna go find out about this cellist. Okay. Thanks so much, everyone. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Andy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, everyone. I'll see y'all soon. Have a wonderful whatever comes next.